that exists, by the way, essentially. But yes.
And again, even if you pay for it, but it's like, hey, if you're an M365 customer, you're already paying Microsoft. I figured they do go down this path right off the bat with the new browser, except that it sounds like the app one is just so valuable.
I know. This goes back to, we had this conversation in the context of Windows, especially Windows 11. We have a browser I've got to as well, which is back when Chris Capicello was a thing at Microsoft. Come on the show once a year. Plugs it in. When you let me pay, take away all the garbage. And his argument, which I kind of get, is well, then we were like admitting garbage. I'm like, no, it isn't. The ad-supported model is very common in the digital world, and you can pay, like I could get Spotify for free, but I have instant ads. I think that's garbage. But I would like to pay for Spotify and have it without ads, and maybe have other things like that. That is good. This is very common. You just adopt, and I don't. Maybe the number is. I don't know. Maybe it's not just about how much is your data worth to us as Microsoft, as it is a collective body. And if we take too many people do this, then we become less valuable.
Empirically, it's typically only 2% are going to pay. So this is not that big of a deal.
It seems
10% of them.
I know, and the complaint, it's a win-win. I don't understand it. It just blows my mind. Anyway, so I keep Leo messing with my head on this week when he mentions that. I'm like, okay. I thought I knew what was going on. Now I'm like, I have to do this. It is very interesting, so much it addresses. I feel like Arc browser addressed some issues with browsers, but also raised some issues that I don't think anyone was paying attention to. It was important, but Zen answers some questions or issues that people might have had with Arc as well, right? By being open source and based on Gecko, etc. So, I don't know where we're at.
I don't know where we're at either. That's my problem. I'm confused. I don't get it at all. It's moving pretty fast. When you guys first kind of glommed on technology, I bet you, Richard, you didn't feel this way, but I felt like, wow, it's going so fast. I'll never keep up.
I embraced it when I was younger, and then as I get older, I realize a lot of this is just change for change's sake. We're making it up.
That's true.
We don't necessarily know what we're doing. We release things and we put them out in the world, and it's like, just kidding. Nobody wants to
throw spaghetti against the wall.
That's the most bizarre thing to me is that we're still doing that with established platforms like Windows that don't.
But do you feel like you can keep up? No, Richard, you are super smart. You obviously feel like you can keep up. Your areas, right? Focus on this. You're good at deep research. But and I have the upside too. What 3,000 podcasts and all those relationships with Microsoft is like. I just spent a day and a half on this briefings of all the new problems.
Oh yeah. So what you're describing is almost like the in-person version of what I would say about programming radio skill, which is like not necessarily you have to memorize everything and know every fact, but know who to ask or where to get it right.
Now you're in this weird schism where they've showed me all the next generation stuff they're working on, and I can't talk about any of it.
So let's talk about that for a second.
I just feel like I'm sipping a fire hose through a straw. I just and it's maybe it's because I put myself in the position of not just covering Microsoft but covering everything.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
When Microsoft went through its antitrust stuff in the United States in the very late 90s, very early 2000s, I had to, and many people like me had to, all of a sudden, I have to understand antitrust, right?
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot of that, there's a lot of history there, there's a lot of law, a lot of whatever, politics, and
I don't have nearly enough time to read everything I need to read. There's so
right. I mean, today, that was bad enough. Or if I don't know if I brought this up on the show yet, but I'm starting to think about the times in the industry where I was so overwhelmed by that I just couldn't understand it anymore. It was the perfect example. When I first announced Microsoft Azure, I was like, nope. The whole I was at, and I would have told the story, but a few months back, I was at some HP event. I was talking to Michael Miller, and I said, can you think of anything that has exploded as fast as this? He said, yeah, the internet. Not exactly.
No, the internet took longer.
It was big, but to go from everyone had a dial-up to everyone has broadband,
right.
And it was just pervasive.
That was 10 years.
Is in many ways still just happening, depending on where you are. I mean, now you can come to Mexico or Europe or Australia or anywhere in the world and probably get online with your own phone, high speed, no changes to your, if you're depending on your account, you have to pay extra, whatever it is. But like, I just get off the plane now and it's like, welcome to wherever you are. You're online.
It's amazing.
This is not like it was 10
By the way,
20 years ago.
Ray Kurzweil predicted that 25 years ago that we would have universally connected internet all the time. 26 years ago. He was right. I want to take a break. Come back. We've got lots more to talk about. You're watching Windows Weekly. Paul Thurrott, Richard Campbell.
Want to save time and money on ammo while dramatically improving to be confident? No credit checks, no hidden terms and conditions may apply. 27 nations.
Get ad-free versions of all the shows. You wouldn't even hear this little mess. We did a bunch of stuff in the last couple of weeks. I think suggestions and tips and stuff like that. It's a traditional PC style user group, but for AI, and it's in our Discord on the fourth Friday of every month, 6/5.
Yeah, is it interesting? So, I think it was late last year, Google talked about some of the features they were going to add to Chrome OS for Chromebooks to make it better for those in a Microsoft 365 environment, which sounds oxymoronic. But that work is now complete, so to speak, although I'm not sure it was far enough. But you can access the Microsoft 365 web apps, Word, PowerPoint, sorry, and Excel in Chrome OS like you can anywhere, but they're not, if you bring them up in Chrome or Edge or whatever, you don't get an option to install them. And if you could install it or pin it, you'd always go back to that kind of Microsoft 365 portal site. So in Chrome OS, that doesn't work, so that you can actually pin those things discreetly and run them and then associate them with file types and, kind of make it more native looking and acting. So actually, that's kind of interesting. Single sign-on pass-through, so you can sign into a Chromebook with an Enter ID or a third-party authentication manager, which is cool. OneDrive integration into the Files app in Chrome OS, which is something I did actually try myself. That's kind of interesting. You don't get that local sync thing, which I think is key for this kind of service. But you could also, as an IT admin, specify that you can't even see as a user all the storage everything will go in OneDrive, including whatever downloads and screenshots you have. And keep that stuff, inside the environment. So kind of cool. And it's you don't see a lot about these two companies working together. I don't think they actually work together on this either. But it is, it's important.
I wonder how well Google Workspaces works on Chromebooks.
I think it works really well. Well, look, there's that world as the commercial space, I guess, for lack of a better term, is kind of like two halves, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the Fortune 500 managed heavy infrastructure Microsoft world, right? Microsoft 365, where you basically get everything from the same company. And then there's it's not really ad hoc, but it's like smaller businesses, startups, where you might go with Google Workspace. It's a little cheaper, maybe. You don't need the desktop apps, etc. And then you start picking and choosing other things like Slack, Notion, and whatever else you might use, right? And these things work together to some degree, but they're not all from one place. And whatever, these are the trade-offs. But at some point, if you're lucky, or if things go well, your business grows. And the question was always sort of like, well, what happens to a small business? It becomes maybe a medium-sized business or whatever. Do they stay on Google Workspace, or do they move to Microsoft 365, right? And I don't think there is an answer to that question. I think it's going to depend on the company, but I think this is a recognition that Google hasn't necessarily made a lot of inroads into a certain part of the market, and that's the part of the market that, standardized Microsoft, right? Because for a while there, it seemed like Google will just duplicate every single thing that Microsoft does, right? Which is what they did in the build-up as they were, as we get to what we now call Workspace. But I don't know. At some point, it's like, well, actually, maybe not everyone needs all that stuff. Maybe some of it's a little top-heavy. We never talked about this, but last week someone asked me about Loop and said, is this thing still a going concern? So I'm like, oh, we look into it, right? And if what you're concerned about is Loop as an app, right, the Notion-like app that you can run on Windows, it's a web app, or on mobile, that stuff's moving like a glacier. Like it's barely happening. But the thing people need to remember is that Loop is the front-facing implementation for something called the Fluid Framework. And it's this kind of component-based design, a modern OLED, whatever you want to call it, of sorts. And there are other things going on. So they just added something to Teams, to Copilot called Copilot Pages. Copilot Pages is but inside Copilot and is designed to be a workspace where you can collaborate with Space Copilot and others on the types of things you might, if you weren't using Copilot or AI, you might be doing Loop if you knew what it was. Most people don't. So to answer the question, yeah, sort of. But if you look at it as a broader platform, actually, yeah, really aggressively. And the first thing that kicked me off to this was, if you look up Loop on Twitter/X and find their official account, all their recent tweets are all about Copilot Pages. And I was like, why are they tweeting about this? You know, it's like they're promoting some other thing. It's because it's Loop. Yeah. That's how good. Yeah. So, Loop lives is the one. Yeah, I lives, you know.
It's got that problem of there's so many different products inside of Loop in some ways. Like, its Notion client on the phone is questionable. Like, it needs to have a perfect connection. Its authentication is kind of nightmarish. It has a nasty habit when it has problems of just making pages disappear, so you think you've lost stuff, but it's still got it.
It's why, yeah. This, I'm gonna not remember when this came out. Leo asked the question earlier, and I almost made this comparison with whatever the thing was. Oh, Copilot. Copilot, well, I should say, Loop, to me, is the same experience I have when I use Copilot in Windows or Bing on the web, which is, I should give this a shot.
Yep.
Maybe it has gotten better. And then we have one or two interactions. I'm like, right, that's why I don't use this. It's terrible. And then I stop. And so
like when you bump into an old girlfriend and wonder why.
Yeah, you're like, why? And she's like, and you're like, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it was that thing. So yeah, it could be a friend, it could be anybody, it could be a brother, whatever it is. You're reminded instantly why. And yep. So yeah, and like you said, Richard, too, on mobile, like I bring it to the gym. I have a copy of like the weights and things I need to use. I look at it, like okay, and I go to the next machine. I bring it up. It comes up on a blank page. I'm looking at it like, where'd you go? I'm like, all right, kill the app, go back. Doesn't come back. I'm like, I'm just gonna use Notion. Notion comes right up, it works, and I just you kind of move on, you know. So yeah, that's been my Loop experience. I would like it to be better. It's pretty. It's a good looking app. It's nicely designed. This is terrible. And then speaking of terrible, so Microsoft killed Skype. The guy, Laurent, writes news for Dropbox. He's a great guy, and he pinged me and said, "Did you know that Microsoft has something called GroupMe?" I'm like, that sounds vaguely familiar. He goes, well, you know how they just killed Skype? Well, they're continuing to update this thing called GroupMe, and now it works with Copilot.
Sounds like GropeMe.
Yeah, a little too much, right? So GroupMe is a mobile group messaging app, because God knows we need one of those.
Is it Yammer? Is it
something else? It was an acquisition. It said something else again.
It sounds familiar. It sounds like something
it does.
like Lotus.
You're like, yeah,
like Novell
Lotus,
Groupware or something.
Lotus GroupMe. You look, yes, it goes back to the 90s. So
Ozzy probably did it, but forgot about it. Or
Microsoft bought this company in 2011.
Oh,
that's how long it's been around. Yep.
And has it been a product this whole time, and nobody just knew?
I guess so.
Groupme.com.
Huh.
Yeah. So they're integrating it with Copilot. Jeez, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's all I can say. I don't know. So, Build 2025 is happening in May in Seattle. The registration is now open, so if you're interested in paying for this and want to go, you can sign up. And I checked this morning, we still do that. And, in the past, this thing used to fill. We sell it in an hour. By the time I could write a story about it, it was already sold out. So, I'm not saying you have to get on it right away, but obviously if you're serious about what you're doing, you don't have any idea what the session looks like yet. I guess you're going to see lots of sheets. It's going to be a long way. This is a crazy long early bird rate. It's not that long. It's 2,000. It's really worth it. Yeah, I think you might want to probably flight as well. So, I bought a croissant today, and the woman asked me if she said the word Chipotle. She said it slightly differently, but that was the word that I just thought it wasn't. She was asking me if I wanted Chipotle sauce
On your croissant sauce?
No, thank you. Yeah, the answer is no.
It's a smoky chili.
Don't want that.
Don't want it. But some do, apparently.
Yes.
Why don't you go in your coffee? I don't know. Chipotle really?
I had someone last night got a tequila espresso martini. And I said, I'm sorry to bother you, but I have to ask, could I have a taste of that? No. Could I, like, what's I'm like, I have a slightly cold. Could I?
Excuse me, sir.
Nice, strange. Okay. So this year is Microsoft's 50th anniversary. They're having an event at the campus in April to celebrate this, apparently. I know a couple months ago I was
Sorry, wait a minute. I have to show you this. If you're people all together.
See, I would have changed this to they think they're people.
This is horrible. This is
What's the
straight
point?
out of 2012.
I don't understand what's going on with this thing. I know. It's
This
crazy.
is the group me.
Does it
Nobody
do-
use it. Does anybody use this?
I've never. I mean, obviously I've heard of it.
Oh, it's a campus. Maybe they're going after the college crowd. Bloodcentric, yeah.
I don't think
Established 2010 in New York City. That's their. Oh, wait a minute. Here's
Water by
use
Microsoft.
cases. Campus alumni team sports. Yeah. They're going after the. Well, and then faith
University.
groups.
So in other words, groups of people that don't want the overhead or couldn't even handle it of an actual managed environment of some kind, but need
Right.
to get together. Maybe we're going on a
Doesn't
vacation
everybody just
together,
use
we can share
WhatsApp
with
for
them.
this?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Yep. In this country, they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I wish WhatsApp could just do coming from the constellation Pisces. Marshall, I always ask everybody when I talk to them about crop circles this question. It's one of the biggest mysteries, without a question, that the world has, really unsolved. What do you think crop circles? Do you think they're messages? But toward what end? Are we being warned? Are we? Why toy with us in this manner? If you want to say something, why not just lay it out and say it? Why these sort of subtle things you have to wonder about? Well, I don't really expect an actual answer to the question. I just ask everybody, why?
Well, yeah, it's a great question. And let's look at the circumstances of contact denied here. We have crop circles. Now, up to this point, up to this season, this has been something that's been like a commodity. People think about it or they don't think about it. They don't think about it seriously.
Right.
And crop circles and ecology gaining momentum. And this time, there's a lot of documented research. A lot of people out there researching these things, and the phenomena is real. When you start getting into crop circle technology, and you start looking at blown nose and expanded nose and how the...
Oh, I know. I'm ever so well aware, as I think most of our audience is, of the technical work that's been done and the fact that, you know, a couple guys with boards and chains haven't done this. It really is a genuine phenomenon, whether it's of and from this earth or of and by someone beyond it. It's a genuine phenomena. It's not just guys with boards and chains. It's a serious mystery, and there probably is a message there. The important thing we need to know is whether it's a warning or... I once had someone say they're markers for time travelers. I mean, they could be a million different things, and we never quite nail it down.
Well, it's whatever you want. Yeah, people read a lot into it. I look at these things from the standpoint of, you know, a whizzing paper kind of thing. What you see is what you get. I'm not interested in trying to relate this to some old mythology. I'm saying, look, if you're going to send a message across the galaxy,
Yes.
you're going to be talking in things that people can grasp. You're going to be talking in scientific terms. You're going to be conveying logical thoughts. You're not going to be getting into mystical.
But if somebody sends me a message and the only message is believe, oh my, what am I to believe? We'll be right back.
I think that is the thing that really frightens government the most when they look at this phenomenon. You have an extraterrestrial race making contact, going through problems. People are going to say, hey, these guys got better technology. We'll listen to them. Stop listening to our government. Stop listening to our government.
Yes.
Chaos.
Yes. Okay. Yes. You say growing public awareness and acceptance of UFO and crop-circle phenomena are a threat to governments at large. Likely concern may have been that a contact event would be socially destabilizing and lead to global panic and strife as citizens place greater credibility in the extraterrestrial messages than those of their own governments.
Then you are also going to have the people who just watching the news all that well.
Lots of those.
They're going to project their worst fears into it, and they will become dangerous. They will become destabilized. Look what a handful of guys did on September 11th. It doesn't take many of people to go off and do something totally insane. And look at the people that they're going to hurt. Nothing more than statistics to prove their point. And so I think governments have, in this case, it's a double-barreled shotgun that they're looking down, that they're looking at. On one hand, they lose credibility because people start listening elsewhere for, messages. And on the other hand, they're going to have people that are not going to deal very well with it. So the chaos and the panic thing is something that rightfully concerns them.
There have been studies, as I'm sure you're well aware, with regard to first contact or how people would react to contact. Brookings did that, and it didn't come out well. I mean, it did suggest that people would not handle it well, or enough of them would not handle it well, that there would be resulting panic and raping, pillaging, whatever. So you think that, I've asked a lot of people about this, do you think that is still in place, that psychology?
Well, it's something where you rip the blinders off of people.
The government still believe that it would move them to erase or prevent a message from being laid down that would begin that process they're so afraid of.
Well, let me relate to the kind of mail that I'm getting. This has been generating a ton of email that's come to me. And it's been surprising. Yes, I get the occasional, I'm channeling Lord Zuba from the outer reticular or whatever, and I get a few of those. I get the ones, I don't ever want to talk to you again. I get the ones that go absolutely crazy, the ones that quote me Bible, and so forth. And I just look at it, they're all just denial and negative messages. For every one of those I get, I'm getting 11 really great positive messages. And they range from attaboys to very well-crafted intellectual messages. I'm getting people from all over the world, from Geneva, Australia, England. These are articulate, intelligent, educated people who have been looking at this and thinking about it, and now they're coming forward and they want to talk about it. And so is there going to be this huge mass panic when we make contact? No, I don't think it's going to be another War of the Worlds kind of situation. I think we're a more sophisticated population. Maybe. I think that...
That's a good one there.
Are y'all doing these new card readers?
get sunrise today.
It's like when you're at a show and you see people with their phones up the whole. It's like that's not going to be a good memory. First of all, you're moving around. Do you realize this? You're dancing, you're shaking, you're not going. The sound's going to be terrible. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You're going to waste your time looking at a live event through a screen, which is ridiculous. And on the way home, or maybe one day later, you might look at it once. But that's going to be it. And by the way, if you're at a Taylor Swift show, she's going to make a bunch of money by selling that show with, a 10-camera shoot. It's going to be much better than anything that you guys. Just relax, enjoy the show, and buy the damn Blu-ray. Buy it on Amazon. When it comes out, buy it on next year. Not look free. Next year. That's what I told you. Still got to go around. Unless you hate the artist. Unless you hate the artist. Honeysuckle Blues where the camera goes bam, bam, because I'm like, I had to, okay, you gotta be a pro. You're on the inside, you're trying to make something happen here. You gotta stop being an audience member, and that's the point. You don't want to stop being an audience member when you paid $9 billion to see Taylor Swift. So just put it away, because and the reason I'm saying this is not about.
I've got to hit the road. Are you not going to give up? You really went outside. I've got to leave. I'm leaving. Stay inside, buddy. It's 36 out there. It's the middle of spring and it's 36. Anyways, let's roll this out.
you respect it. And if you don't, then we're dealing with an exploitive race. And we've got a problem. And we need to deal
Well, all
with it.
right, maybe in a way we just said no. I mean, if some government, British or American or whatever, prevented the laying down of a very important message, then in a way we just said no to them.
Or I would come back with this. The first contact has been by exploiters. The ones that say, take me to your leader because I want to exploit you through your leadership. And so really what's happening is that the parenting or the mentoring race is trying to contact in a benevolent manner outside of the government because there's already been contact by the exploiters within the government.
But I certainly meet people who are nice guys, and you know, they might not be such nice guys. I see nothing so far absolutely on either side of that. I just, you know, it seems, you know, on one side, but then again, something that's really good when it gets you, like you thought at the end. So toilet seat took her out big time, and then she got turned into a reaper, and she has to go and take the souls of other people who are going to die violently, and it's a pretty cool show, really. It's you know, sort of half serious, half comedy, the kind of thing I like, and you might too. Sort of, I don't know, mysterious, reassuring. I just received this, and I'm hesitant to even read it. I don't know where it comes from, and an anonymous source who beseeches me to delete the email as soon as possible should I decide to put it here. And this may be pure, you know, baloney, total crap. But this person writes, Art, I have it by a very reliable source that the accident, quote, at Disneyland today is being treated by the Anaheim police as a crime scene. Now that just maybe is a quotation of it, but he claims to have this from a reliable source, and I have nothing more, totally nothing more on it than that. So I am really, although you would certainly think they would check out that aspect of it anyway, wouldn't you? Alright, this is going to be an open lines, unscreened, unprotected, look out, build in, because who the heck knows what's going to happen kind of show, and here we go. First time caller line, you're on the air with Guard Bell at Coast to Coast AM and all that stuff. Hi. You are indeed.
I was wondering,
Where are you?
oh, in Detroit.
Detroit. Alright.
I wanted to ask you about what Father Malachi Martin thought about extraterrestrials.
Oh, that is an interesting question. What Father Malachi thought? Well, I think like most religious people, and he was very much so, very religious, of course, and I think he thought that they were probably evil.
Did he say which governments knew about them?
No, although he did say that governments did know about them.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome to be here. It's not fun. Probably got a real good place up there, I'd say, than you. And that's, you know, that's one of the reasons, like, for example, last night I was having a discussion about whether these beings, these message givers may be good guys or bad guys. I'm not sure. I'm really, you know, right there on the fence with it. I have no idea. They could as easily be one as the other. Do I think there really is intervention going on in the form of messaging or something? Certainly all the sightings, oh yes, indeed I do. But I'm very open-minded about what it all is. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Art, hi.
Howdy.
My name is Lito. I'm calling from Sacramento.
Yes, sir.
I must say, Art, you are still the true Mac Daddy of talk radio. We appreciate you so much. Art, about 10 years ago,
Yes.
in 93, and this is way before The Matrix came out, you're my Morpheus. You convinced me to take the red pill, my friend. And when I did, my mind just really opened to the things that you espouse on your radio program.
Was it a psychedelic red pill?
You know, concerning prophecy, I've always been a church-going man. My family were churchgoers. My grandfather was a Pentecostal minister.
Well, Bible soul prophecy.
You know, I could only see it from one point of view, though. But you helped me get into reality. One of your first guests, look, I think the Chariot of the Gods.
Oh, yes.
I heard that interview in 93, and it just woke me up. I'm saying to myself, these people, there are people out there who see things that are going on. And it's coming from so many different point of views. Art, I'm telling you, the veil is coming down quickly.
Why not? Whether it's Native Americans, whether it's people who just are claimed to be prophets, or people who have visions, and I've talked to the best of them, there is a simple core of similarity to all of their messages, and that's what I find most intriguing. Either they're all listening to each other, which I sort of do, or there really is a central message coming through to a lot of people.
Well, what's wrong with the art is maybe you can see this too. And we will definitely find out where our president stands this Sunday. But the American people, not just the American people, the people of the world, the crop circle phenomenon does bother me. When you see something like that just ending, and a gentleman keeps on saying, that is it. It kind of tells you that's a signal.
Either that or the message ended, we
be on one side or the other. And what side that is, I can't explain what the sides are. But as humans, we are either going to take that next step or you're not. And the ones who don't want to take that next step, I don't know how we separate everybody, but it's going to be a separation of those who really want to reach out and involve themselves in creating something better than what we have here, or those who just status quo. And I'm not with the status quo. I know there's something more. And I'm going to keep on reaching, and I want to thank you for enabling me to know that there are others doing the same thing. Keep on doing it, brother, and I hope we're back full time. I love yours, but I would love to hear you.
I appreciate your words, sir. Thank you very much. So you'll either be among the saved or the eaten. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, it figures, Mr. Bell. No, just a little tribute to JC there. Hey,
I thought for a second. Yeah.
All right, and I'm not. We must say that this show is a movement shaker because after last night's show, suddenly the president wants to talk to the nation about the war in Iraq.
Well, what a coincidence, huh?
I don't know if there's any tie in there, but George says there's no coincidence.
Yeah.
Also, sir, you know, I think the biggest experiment we ever did on introducing the nation to the truth about UFOs was the Orson Welles show. That show that they did way back that the whole country freaked out.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think...
Yeah, I mean, you're really right. The only real experiment in that area we've had, well, there have been a couple, but the biggest one...
A bunch of folks with cameras and they're taking pictures. And another boat has got a... you know, they've got a gun shoot, you know, they want to shoot a harpoon through it.
It's an obvious whaler, yeah.
Obvious whaler. And then there's a third ship, and they're trying to put themselves between you and the whaler. Putting themselves at risk.
The Greenpeace guys.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have evolved. If you think about the slaughter we conducted on whales at one time, we've come a long way to stewardship and mentorship. And so I'm projecting that outward to the races that we would meet and say, you know, there are they're the whale hunters, and then there are the ones that just want to watch, and there are the ones that want to help protect us from the whale hunters. And so it's not going to be a clear black and white world out there. We're going to come into contact with other races, and so we have to be able to stand on our own 2 feet and make some pretty hard decisions about who we're going to associate with, who we're going to form a dialogue. And I think that the number one most important rule, we have to take and put this in front of everything that we do. We have to say, do you respect our free will? In other words, is no, no. If we say no, do you respect it? And if you don't, then we're dealing with an exploitive race. And we've got a problem. And we need to deal with it.
Well, all right, maybe in a way we just said no. I mean, if some government, British or American or whatever, prevented the laying down of a very important message, then in a way we just said no to them.
Or I would come back with this. The first contact has been by exploiters. The ones that say, take me to your leader because I want to exploit you through your leadership. And so really what's happening is that the parenting or the mentoring race is trying to contact in a benevolent manner outside of the government because there's already been contact by the exploiters within the government. Another way to look at it.
Yeah, it's a possibility. But I sort of give equal weight to the we're nice guys and look out, they might not be such nice guys. I see nothing so far to absolutely put me on either side of that. I just, you know, it seems innocuous on the one side, but then again, something that's really good and going to get you and bite you in the butt at the end would sound that way in the beginning, wouldn't it?
Well,
they're not going to lay down messages saying you die soon or something like that, right? They're not going to tip their hand. They're going to come at us easily and try to get followers and believers.
well, they're going to say that, but you know, when I looked at the message and the Crabwood 2002 message and the word believe, keep in mind, you go to church on Sunday and how many times do you hear from the pulpit?
Lots of
Believe.
times. Oh, lots of times.
matter of faith. All right, and perhaps that's a message that says, you know, human beings don't have a corner on spirituality. Right? And so they're getting that across, but also maybe it's encouragement. Saying, look, you're going through a tough time. If you look at Aboriginals, Hopis, how they talk about the ant people coming back to help us. And so there is this deep time history background, especially the Aboriginal history, where after a terrible tribulation on the planet, creatures did come from space and helped us to get back on our feet. They helped us out. And actually, in modern day prophecy, from what I'm reading from like the sites looked up, they're saying the same thing's going to happen again. We're going to hit the wall. Our civilization is going to collapse. They're going to come back and help us help ourselves to get back on our feet. So we can sit here and project our fears, or we can just simply trust our own instincts, meet them head on, one-on-one, not that we would provoke, but we can, in essence, listen with your eyes. You see what they do, not so much as what they say, but you see what they do.
The constables that halted in Great Britain, do you believe they just halted or were stopped? They were stopped. And not just one, but all the ones that would have come.
That's right, because formation continues in other countries around the world.
Indeed. But the most advanced ones have always been in Britain or in that area.
Yes, and I believe it's because England is specifically conducive to the formation of crops. They tend to form over England. England's a very large population. Yeah, these are very old farmland. And it's just like, you know, if you're a photographer and you have a choice between Kodak film or something that they're using in China, you go for Kodak film. All right, so it's the same difference. I think England is the Kodak. It's the Kodak.
So you're pretty much an optimist then about all of this, really, aren't you?
Yes, I feel that altogether we're going through evolutionary moving forward. Not that evolution invented things in time. Yes, there is a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. It gets messy.
Well, but that word comes with a lot of character. I mean, an awful lot of people I've talked to, like yourself, feel that there's an evolutionary event coming. Well, most evolution is propelled by disaster, by catastrophe, by things, rocks falling from the sky and dinosaurs disappearing and humans rioting. You know, most evolutionary leaps are propelled by some gigantic event. And the optimists that I listen to, like yourself, tend to think these, or sort of gloss over these events, saying, well, you know, everything could be a wonderful future. Yes, there's going to be a little rough spot there, but then we'll get over that. Well, in that little rough spot, millions or even billions die.
That's right. But, yeah. Well, but the question is, what's better? That we persevere, fall, become better, or we just clear in the fossil record, and some other species winds up digging us out of the ground like we're digging up the dinosaurs.
Tomorrow's premium gas.
There you go. I'm a fan myself.
So you're going to continue your monitoring of this situation. There's no way, obviously, to give a message as a breather or erased or prevented. So we're going to have to wonder what would have been said.
Yeah, and also I'm concerned that there won't be another crossing.
Do you think it may have stopped or be prevented henceforth?
I think that this year, the reaction, from what I'm seeing in the analysis, the reaction was sloppy. It was ad hoc. It was, quick bat in the action kind of thing. Then,
And it may be all over then.
and it may be all over. I think next season it'll be, they just not going to happen or happen the way we would hope it is. It's going to be very smoothly engineered out.
Marshall, thank you for being here this evening. Thank you. Have a good night. All right, there you have it. Makes sense, yes.
Sacramento.
Yes, sir.
I must say, Art, you are still the truth. My grandfather,
Indeed.
people of the world the crop circle phenomenon does bother me. When you see something like that just ending, and a gentleman keeps on saying, that is it, it kind of tells you that's a signal.
Either that or the message ended and we didn't get the last graph, you know?
Or I think the next message is not going to be so much a message. It's just going to be, this is it. Those who don't want to wake up.
Well, all right, then let me try it out on you. This is it. This is what? In other words, are we facing something benevolent and good here to help us through some whatever, or are we facing somebody who wants our kidneys?
You know something, Art? You know, separating the wheat from the tares? It's like you're going to be on one side or the other. And what side that is, I can't explain what the sides are. But as humans, we are either going to take that next step or you're not. And the ones who don't want to take that next step, see ya. I don't know how we separate everybody, but it's going to be a separation of those who really want to reach out and involve themselves in creating something better than what we have here, or those who just want the status quo. And I'm not with the status quo. I know there's something more, and I'm going to keep on reaching, and I want to thank you for enabling me to know that there are others doing the same thing. So keep on doing it, brother, and I hope you were back full time. I love George, but I'd love to hear you at least 2 nights a week.
I appreciate the word, sir. Thank you very much, and take care. So you'll either be among the saved or the eaten. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, it figures, Mr. Bell. No, just a little tribute to JC there. Hey,
I thought for a second. Yeah.
Art, and I'm not. We must say that this show is a mover and shaker because after last night's show, suddenly the president wants to talk to the nation about the war in Iraq.
Oh, what a coincidence,
cool. Huh? I don't know if there's any tie in there, but George says there's no coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
Also, sir, you know, I think the biggest experiment we ever did on introducing the nation to the truth about UFOs was the Orson Welles show. That show that they did way back when the whole country freaked out. And I'd like to think that
I mean, you're really right. The only real experiment in that area we've had, well, there have been a couple, but the biggest one was certainly Orson Welles. No question about it. Now let's think about that. How do people react? They're eating people in New Jersey. Well, people went berserk, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's the only real mass psychological shock test we have for what people might do, and it didn't turn out so well, did it?
Correct. I'd like to think that we've matured since then, because if 911 and the blackouts don't tell us that we've matured, I really believe it does, because there was calm. Even though there was some chaos, basically the nation took it pretty well, and that could have been the beginning and the end right then, either one of those. And I think that the nation proved right then that we can handle more than we could way back then.
You make a really good point. If two things would equal, hey, we might now be able to handle it, and maybe Brookings is history and what was thought then is history, it might be 9/11 and the blackouts, and we did handle those extraordinarily well, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
So maybe you're right. Maybe we are ready, and maybe the fact that we're ready means it's about to happen.
Great, Art. And JC, if you get a chance, call in. Have a good one.
Yeah, you have a good one too. Oh, by the way, do you remember Mel's Hole? How many of you remember Mel's Hole? After the whole Mel's Hole thing, somebody in humor, this is in humor, sent me this really funny sound. I have spent a long time laughing at this sound. It is supposedly the sound of a cat being, without ceremony, tossed into Mel's Hole. And you gotta listen to the sound, and then there's this second sound when the cat presumably gets down, 5,000 or 6,000 yards or something into the well. And there's this second little pathetic sound. Listen carefully. Here we go. Cat into Mel's well. Oh. There it goes. Now listen. People will inevitably send the email. Oh, that's so cool. How could you put that on the air? Let's throw them in one more time. It's the second sound that gets me every time. Anyway, I just happened to find out earlier tonight. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM on the West of the Rocky line. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Art. I don't know where to begin other than...
At the beginning, sir.
Pardon?
At the beginning.
Okay. I live in San Francisco and in the inner city, and it drives me crazy. And to get away from it all and to meditate, I like to go at the beach at night and look at the stars. A couple of weeks ago on a Saturday night, I went just turning dusk. And I have a certain method of signaling. I said, I'm going to make contact somehow tonight. I don't know how.
Wait a minute. You're out there trying to contact extraterrestrials.
Right. And I have my own unique method. I am not going to reveal.
An emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators. utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators. Attention, attention. An emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building utilizing the nearest elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators. Attention, attention. An emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators. Attention, attention. An emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators. Attention, attention. An emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use
Well, I do have a website. But you've got to understand that I have no desire to see it wiped out, destroyed, and otherwise mauled. So rather than give it out on the air, I'm not going
Okay, or we'll all miss you, and we hope that you come back and visit. I'll miss you again.
You're very welcome. Take care. The horse is some websites that I can visit. You have to understand that we have killed on the ground. I mean, the number of notches most ghosts that we've hit the website that most are pretty long. So I'm very careful about you're about the year. Take the ball for life. There's quite a bit of information to indicate that our military actually shoots at UFOs now. You got to think about that really. I mean, how good an idea is it to be, lighting one off toward one of them?
Yeah, there's no telling what the end result could be about that. Well, I don't want to go. I recently though, the last guy that called, or actually the guy that called back, he's talking about his contact experience and everything.
Yes.
I don't know if what he was saying was true or not, but it sounded, what he was saying, it sounded like he had great conviction in his voice.
Oh, too bad.
And, I recently saw, I guess you could call it a sighting or whatever. And, to me, it made me feel like something, major was really, it's like everybody else is saying, on the horizon line. It's just...
Well, all right, I'm with you all the way. Once you've seen something, then there are only so many possibilities. I mean, once you have seen, I saw a triangular craft, as everybody well knows, with my wife, and once you've seen something, then there are only so many possibilities. And what I saw wasn't fuzzy, distorted, or otherwise not visible. It was right there. Could have thrown a rock at the thing, that kind of right there, really close encounters of some number or another of the kind. And once you've been down that road, you do cross a threshold. There are then only so many possibilities. And one of the really strong ones is that we are being observed, being worked, being something by somebody. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning.
Hey, well, first of all, I would like to say I'm listening to you on AM 1340 WGAU.
Oh, fine. Excellent.
Okay. Yeah. A year ago.
And let you know.
That'd be great. Now, basically, you can. I think I heard you say here in the past that you can disconnect it and basically run it to ground via arc.
That's right. And more, I think importantly, is that immediately after you discharge the arc, if you're looking at a voltometer, there is no perceptible rise time. In other words, it's back immediately. It doesn't just slowly build back up. Boom! It's right there.
Right. Well, you're getting that right off the Earth's magnetic field there, basically. And have you actually hooked it in? See if you could actually charge up some batteries and stuff.
No, I haven't tried that yet. That would be somewhere down the line. Thank you very much. I'll do that, and I'll try and we're gonna, as I said, we're gonna get a helicopter. We're gonna make some measurements, field strength measurements. Unfortunate, I have a friend who's got a helicopter, and if I call him, he'll come buzzing over here for such an interesting adventure, and we'll make measurements of this and try and document some of this so we understand a little bit of why this is working the way it is. But right now, if I had to sit down and write for a technical journal and explain the way it's working, I couldn't. I can certainly document the reports and what I'm hearing and what people are hearing from me. That's easily documented. But why it's working is not easily documented. That's where I wanted to help with the audience. Any of you who know anything about very large horizontal loop antennas, perhaps even close to what I've built, I would appreciate any information any of you might have. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, Lord.
Hi.
Listening to 550 KFYI Phoenix.
Yes, sir.
What I'm calling about is I heard a news blurb. I've been actually trying to share this with the rest of the coast audience for about a month now. So it's about a month old.
Yes.
Ed Dames had commented that the next nuclear exchange, the next nuclear weapon set off in anger, would probably be set off by North Korea. And I heard a news blurb. It was just one of those things, at the top of the hour on the radio. It was a major network. I don't remember which one now, but CBS or something. They were reporting that the U.S. had just removed all our soldiers from Seoul, South Korea. Didn't remove them from the country, just got them out of Seoul. And what that struck in my mind was, well, maybe things are hotter over there than they might be letting on here.
Well, when you read the dispatches from North Korea, they are frightening. I mean, the North Korean people...
North Koreans are frightening.
Well, they've been led to believe by their government that they're at war with the United States, expect war with the United States.
Right.
And so it's a pretty scary scenario. I certainly agree with that. We're trying diplomacy right now. One can only hope, but I'll tell you, they're crazy as loons.
Well, it sure sounds like it may very well be. I mean, that's just a sign that we should keep our eye on that. I think it won't be so surprising if it happens.
Yeah, common sense, you're right, can't rule it out. Ed Dames has trouble, as all remote viewers do, with timelines, but I really have seen quite a few of the things that he said were going to happen. And we, of course, will have Ed back. International line, you're on the air. Hi.
Thanks.
Windsor, okay, welcome.
I spoke with the artist person.
Yes, sir.
I didn't catch what their experimentation equipment.
Well, I didn't either. They weren't talking about that. They were on they were actually on a flow. So in other words, the station was actually moving with the rest of the flows, and it almost never happens. But some giant piece of ice came right up and collapsed, destroying 90% of that station. I mean, it's an amazing story.
And because of that, that's my next question. If any of your listeners might be able to understand it, do you think it's possible that a U.S. sub came up underneath and maybe touched it a little?
Well, I doubt we're going to admit it if we did. Who knows? It's odd things happening all over.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, sir. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Good to talk to you again. Mike in Montana.
Hello, Mike.
And I'm listening to you on KFI out of LA. We're stimulating
Angeles. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and it don't get any more stimulating than your show, buddy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, thank you.
Listen, a couple weeks ago, you had a story on about if I believe it was the Gulf Stream. If the Gulf Stream changes or stops flowing,
Yes.
that Great Britain will freeze.
Yes, freeze, indeed.
The very same weekend, on one of the major networks, I believe it was Channel 2, they showed on a real quick clip that I believe it was London had got hit with an ice storm.
Yeah, I know. If you listen to what's coming up in the next hour, I think you'll be up on this. That's what our guest is. Our guest has written a book called Feeling the Heat, and paradoxically, it's going to have the opposite effect. In other words, all this heat will eventually bring the big freeze. And so, if you listen carefully next hour, I think you'll be. I hope we'll all be up on it.
I'll be listening all night. It's not national hazard.
You heard that, all right? Thanks.
Okay.
Later. Eastern Rockies, you're on the air, huh? Good morning, sir. Where are you? All right, welcome. Oh, isn't it beautiful?
What I wanted to ask you was your guest tonight. About global climatic changes.
That's right.
People of southeast Louisiana, our coastal erosion problem, we're very concerned about. Well, as you know, they're Washington's away. I'm sure you realize.
Well, with good reason. I mean, a lot of New Orleans is below sea level, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The federal government is getting ready, supposedly Congress, i.e. our legislators, supposedly getting ready to pass legislation to stop the coastal erosion in our state. Needless to say, whatever impact Congress takes may have a definite effect on the problem that is affecting us here on the Gulf Coast.
Well, I don't mean to be flippant, but cool if they pass some sort of legislation or law, but do you really think the ocean is going to be paying attention to that?
Negative.
Probably not, huh? Pass a law against this kind of ocean rise, but
Well, the reason I was calling you, maybe you could ask your guest tonight, I'm sure he's an expert if he has NASA credentials. Years ago, there was a team of scientists that worked with the hurricane hunters here back in the late 1960s.
yes.
And one of the direct correlations that they supposedly found through satellite imaging was that there was direct correlation between sunspots and hurricane activity on the Gulf Coast.
Yes.
Maybe you could interject with your guest tonight and ask him if that's reality, or is that just theory, or is that in essence, is there a correlation between solar flares and solar activity and hurricane activity in the Gulf?
Mm-hmm. All right, I certainly will ask. I appreciate it. I don't think that Jim, and it's Jim Motabi, I believe. I'll have to ask him about the pronunciation. Motabi, perhaps? Motabi? No, that might be right. Jim Motabi. We'll see. Good guess, anyway. First time caller line. You're on the air. Hi.
First time caller, and I want to know, I was about 5 years ago, we had a guest, got his name, I think it was Ken Count, and he wrote a book.
On disappearing, taking your assets and disappearing, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to find that book, and I don't know where to start.
Well, it seems to me that you've got enough information right now to go to Google, for example, and put in the word assets and disappearing and how to disappear, something like that, and I'm sure Google will regurgitate the answers for you.
Yeah, but where's Google?
Google? Oh, where's Google is on your computer.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't have a computer.
Then you should go to a public library where they have the answers.
And that's the only way to get to it.
Well, that would be my best suggestion. I'm just pointing out, maybe you can call a bookstore and simply inquire about that book by reciting his last name. That would be my best suggestion right now. Long hard line, you're on the air.
Have you tried adjusting the voltage coming onto this thing with a center tap, i.e. a potentiometer?
No, I haven't done any of that yet. I was first horrified by the voltage, truly horrified, because I thought it would damage my equipment. So the first goal was to get rid of the voltage the ground before it got in here to damage anything.
Right. But I'm just thinking if you could take like a sliding center tab somewhere in the middle, and like if you can get like half that voltage of the 300,
Yes.
you know, then maybe slide it down to 120, and take a tab from the other side and the other leg, and then you can have like 220 coming off, you know, off the field with this thing. You could shut down everything with your windmill.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the suggestion. Coming up, we're going to talk about that is to say, words on the climate, stories on the climate, the latest being from NASA, before that Fortune magazine. The statements by Woods Hole. It just goes on and on and on. 5 or 6 really major scientific articles recently on the possibility of abrupt climate change. Jim Motivelli is the editor of the the environmental magazine, the largest independent ecology journal. He is a frequent contributor to the New York Times, was author of 3 books, Feeling the Heat, his latest, I've got a copy here, Dispatches from the Front Lines of Climate Change, Breaking Gridlock, Moving Toward Transportation That Works, and Forward Drive, the race to build clean cars for the future. He is a regular columnist for several environmental and outdoor-oriented publications, and he is reporting on population issues, won him a Global Media Award from the Population Institute. In a moment, we'll talk about all of these stories and whether it's really it really might happen, whether it's total bull, and I know an awful lot of people out there will fast blast me and say the whole global warming thing is nothing but bull. So we'll try and find out what the truth is coming up. So, all right, here is Jim Motivelli. I hope I'm pronouncing that close to correctly.
Yes, you certainly are, Art.
Good. Welcome to the program.
Great to be on.
Your latest book I've got here in my hot little paws called Feeling the Heat, Dispatches from the Front Lines of Climate Change. How new is your book?
Oh, it's coming out like this week.
Oh, yeah, it says advanced uncorrected proof. I see I've got a really early one here, huh?
Yeah, we fixed all the mistakes since then.
I see. All right. Well, since the book is not in hands out there yet, let's see if we can whet their appetites and talk about it a little bit. It's a timely publication, certainly, Jim, because, Woods Hole began it, and then Fortune, and now NASA, and the Pentagon report, and we've been blitzed recently with all of this, look out, here comes rapid climate change, maybe, stuff.
Yes, well, they've just disclosed that the last summer in Europe was the warmest in 500 years, and 15,000 people died last summer as a result of the heat wave, just in France alone.
Right. And of course...
There we go. Happens.
it doesn't matter which it is, it's going to happen, so we need to begin to make adjustments to make it through to the other side.
We have to make fairly drastic adjustments, and it's not the kind of thing we can comfortably do within our current American lifestyle. It's looking at fairly drastic changes that may have to be made.
Just before we began the show, a gentleman from New Orleans called, and he said that they're down there passing legislation or something or another, but they're very concerned in New Orleans because, of course, they're very low. And
They're below sea level.
Well, yeah, and any rise in sea level would put New Orleans, kind of underwater.
It's a similar situation to much of Holland, which we reported on in QOD, that they've had to deal with rising tide for quite a long time. And Holland is probably better prepared for global warming than other parts of the world because it's already been on the agenda for a long time.
Well, that's because the water's already going up there, right?
Right.
What are they actually doing? Just building more levees? Doing what?
Well, they're trying to come up with areas where the water can flow, and they're probably going to have to give up some of the land they've reclaimed from the sea, and they have very complicated seawalls that are able to regulate the flow of water to some degree. And they're prepared, they're ready, they're locked and loaded, as they say.
I'm not sure that I believe that it's man's hand. I'll take your word for it on the chart. But even if it's not, we better start doing something about it. There was the Kyoto Treaty, and the United States, for its reasons, and I understand our reasons. We're an economy based on oil. We run on oil. We have to have oil, and if we don't have it, we don't have an economy. So we sort of turned our backs on this treaty, right?
We have done that. It's possible that Kyoto could go into effect without the United States. Russia is going back and forth over whether it intends to endorse the treaty. But even with a number of nations endorsing the treaty, the actual carbon dioxide emissions for most of the industrialized countries is far above what would be necessary for them to meet Kyoto goals. If you look, for instance, at Mexico, in 2010 is projected to be 78% above Kyoto goals. Korea is going to be 223% above. Still 150% above. So these are emerging industrial powers that are rapidly increasing carbon dioxide emissions. accepting that this is a man-made thing caused by burning coal and driving cars, people on these little islands often not in any way contributing to that, or not in any serious way.
Well, that of course is true. And I guess that's the way the world works.
You can say that.
Sad way. But yeah, they suddenly know more island and they wonder why. I don't know if they attribute it to whether they really understand what's causing it or not.
affected by this, and they're already very heavily hit by overfishing, because we have factory fishing under many different flags that have driven populations of these popular fish into very drastic lines. An example of that is codfish, which we've had to close the doors of bank fishery, largely because these factory fishing ships are so effective in catching every last fish. We've had to stop fishing there to let that fishery recover. So we've already got this situation where many of these populations of fish are stressed. Now we're taking away their food supply. And phytoplankton and krill and all these things like tiny little inconsequential things, but that's what whales need.
And so if the whale disappeared, so what?
Well, we can start saying this, but then as more and more things start
I'm
here, I think we're going to get upset.
I'm saying it's provoked.
You provoke me. I'm an environmentalist, aren't you? Got me provoked.
Okay, fine. So what? The whales disappear. I mean, when does it technically peak? When does it bother me living in
Well, I think it's going to bother you the first time you can't get swordfish or swordfish. Price of swordfish goes up so high. I mean, we had that beautiful movie, The Perfect Storm, which I'm sure many people in our audience saw. It's a very moving movie, but what it doesn't say is that the swordfish boats, the type represented in The Perfect Storm, they have overfished the swordfish resource. The point is that the swordfish they're catching now are babies compared to what they caught 20 or 30 years ago. And that's why a number of restaurants have banded together so they can sell swordfish. Overfished resource. Now, if you add to that what we're doing in terms of affecting their food chain, making it harder and harder for them to find food, I think you see how we really risk losing the vast ocean resource.
How important is the ocean to our life? And by that I mean the health of the ocean, whether there's plankton, the salinity levels, the levels of temperature, melting ice caps. I'm trying to drive this home. That's what I'm trying to do. So many environmentalists can talk about these things, but it seems so esoteric to talk about it. It doesn't drive people. They don't get it.
Well, that's why I'm trying to connect it to the fish on people's plate.
Yeah, that's good.
And we're facing, I think, globally, we've seen the population increase dramatically. Someone who was born 50 years ago, we've seen the population double in their lifetime. Now, of 6 billion people on the planet, the prediction is that by 2100, we could have 9 to 10 billion.
Okay, there's another big argument, and for the sake of being the devil here, I'll take the other side of it. People say there are vast unused areas. This whole talk of population increase being a danger is absolute bull. This planet can support 3 or 4 times as many people as here right now, or 20 times. No problem. Don't even talk about it. Don't even worry about it.
Well, it depends on what you mean by support. I mean, one way we can support people is if everyone switched to a vegetarian diet. We use something like 6 or 7 pounds of grain to create 1 pound of meat. Another way of looking at that is if you just took the grain we feed to animals right now, you'd have enough food to feed about 8.3 billion people. So if we're all vegetarians, we'd be doing great.
But we're not.
We're not.
Nor do many of us wish. So, what do you think the world really can support in terms of population before it becomes overstressing on its sources?
I think we've passed that carrying capacity now. That's why we're facing what they call extinction.
Where was it? 5 billion, 4 billion? Where did we pass it?
Well, I would say probably around
big effect on ecology, so why not?
Huge. It would be huge.
Well, then why not?
Well, we just need all we would need to do is adopt the California emission laws nationally. National emission laws are much more lax, and car makers have a history. I'm a car reporter. I write a weekly car review column.
Right.
I write about cars for the New York Times, and it's been a pattern that the car industry does what it's ordered to do, and no more than that. If you've got a 5% part, car makers, and it'll increase safety on the car. Car makers need to be ordered to do that. They fought seat belts, they fought airbags, they fought even the most minor pollution controls. So when they're told they have to do something, they will definitely do it. And they're enormously capable. So given the order, they will comply with it. And I think the PZEV is a great example of that.
But let me be clear on this. You're saying this PZEV, whatever it is, at $200 or $300 per vehicle in cost would reduce emissions 90%?
98.
98%. 98%.
I wouldn't say will, I say does, because you can buy them in 6 states. And you know, I even talk to environmental audiences, people who are very savvy environmentally, and they know all about hybrid cars. They know all about electric cars. They don't know anything about PZEV.
I didn't. First time I've heard of it. Why?
Because for one thing, the car makers are not publicizing them at all. For another, they're not available nationally. They're only available in these. Actually, it's only I think 5 states total. So while they may be fairly well known in those states, and I've basically found that even in states where they're for sale, people aren't aware of them. But because in California, if you buy a Ford Focus, you're getting a PZEV. Because of that, there's already way more of these on the road than hybrid cars. There's more Ford Focus PZEVs on the road now than all the Toyota Priuses.
Wow.
So people should be aware. These cars are having a big effect on the environment. Probably.
What is the actual principle behind what is such a drastic, dramatic reduction?
Well, it's funny. It's not really all that complicated. One thing you do is you move the intake, you move the catalyst, the catalytic converter, closer to the exhaust manifold, so it heats up faster. The catalytic converter doesn't start working until your engine is warm. If you place it closer to the exhaust manifold, it will heat up quicker.
So that's why when you go to have a smog test, they have you run it idle for a while before you're tested.
Oh, exactly, because it wouldn't work at all. Your catalytic converter doesn't work at all when the car is cold.
Got it, okay.
That's why some companies talked about having electric heaters in the catalytic converter so that it would already be warm when you started the car. That would actually make a big difference.
Huh. Fascinating. I had no idea, and I bet a lot of the audience did not as well. So just getting it closer to the exhaust manifold is going to get it warmer.
Well, let me mention another great advantage of these. They have what is called zero evaporative emissions.
Which means?
That is every time you fuel up your car, or your car is just sitting in your driveway turned off,
yes,
it's emitting fumes, it's emitting gas vapor, because the fuel system is not all that tight. It's not leak-proof.
Okay, we're right up against the break here.
Okay.
So hold on, and we'll be right back. Focus feeling the heat dispatches from the front lines of climate change. It has.
Toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Jim McNully is my guest. He's author of Feeling the Heat, Dispatches from the Front Lines of Climate Change. You ought to listen to him. He's editor of E!, the environmental magazine, writes for the New York Times, contributes frequently to the Times, in fact, knows what he...
Now you're talking.
Yes, I think we're already seeing signs, very worrying signs that we're disturbing some of the basic processes of the environment. As your caller mentioned, disturbing and reducing the amount of photoplankton in the phytoplankton in the water has ripples all through the water column, and that is what we are beginning to experience. We haven't seen the dire effects of all of these things yet. It's a cumulative thing. They're beginning to add up.
If you were to make a guess at when we will see the dire effects, ones that will make the average person go, whatever, bam, you know, this is really serious, more serious than terrorism or whatever, you know, get to that point, the Pentagon forecast. When might that be? How far?
Oh, I'd say within the next 10 years we're going to see these things.
The next 10 years. So that's not your
10, 20 years.
That's not your children, it's not your grandchildren, that's you.
That's us. That is us. We are going to see these experiences. We're going to see a very vastly changed world in our lifetimes, I believe.
Take New York City, for example. You're being heard right now in New York City, courtesy of my childhood friend WABC. So, New York, what about New York? How's it going to fare?
Well, we have a chapter in our book, Feeling the Heat, on New York City. I wrote that one myself. And I actually rode out in a sea kayak around Manhattan Island with a man who conducts sea kayak voyages, and he showed me where the water level had risen against the sign on the dock there. And that's the kind of thing that some people would dismiss as anecdotal. They would say it doesn't prove anything, and indeed it doesn't. It's just that what we show in our book is these things are cumulative, and we cite a very effective study of New York City that shows some of the effects that global warming could cause, and these include flooding of many low-lying areas, including the New York City airports.
That would do it.
We had two catastrophic storms that caused this kind of flooding in 1992 and 1999 in New York City. So these things are not unprecedented. There have been storms of this type. We also talk in New York City how drought aggravates the spread of climate-caused diseases or climate-aggravated diseases like the West Nile virus.
Yes, they're directly related, aren't they? The climate and these spreading, emerging diseases.
Yes, in fact, there's a whole field emerging of conservation medicine where you look at how some of these things are spread by environmental factors. And in New York City, if you have a drought, for instance, that means that the mosquitoes that spread West Nile prey on people instead of birds, because when there's a drought, birds can fly off to places where they can find fresh water.
Leaving the human prey.
Right, and that's when you see spikes in West Nile virus. That's coming out of scientists like Paul Epstein at Harvard University and many other scientists who are studying this problem.
Well, certainly, you've got to admit, in the last few years, we've had these strange emerging viruses that seem to have just sort of come out of nowhere, or China, or whatever. But I mean, suddenly they're there.
And some of them, and I'm not saying everything is caused by global warming. Some of the things are caused by the way we live today. We travel around very frequently. We ride airplanes. We take boats. We carry species from one part of the world to another. Our planes and our boats carry species to parts of the world where they've not been before. This creates new interactions between people and plants and diseases, and that's one of the things that spread these emerging plagues, as you might call them, all around the world.
Well, if you take a quick walk around the world, which I know you've done before, describe to me, sort of continent by continent, if you're able to, what effects are likely or probable as we continue here?
Well, we can start in the United States, and I think we're going to see some flooding of our coastal areas. And one of the problems in the United States always had a problem with rising seas.
Right.
And how this has been aggravated in recent years, where some of the most historic monuments, and actually famous Plaza San Marco, famous for its pigeons and all, this has been flooded regularly, and it's beginning to affect the tourism there. The Venetians have come up with an elaborate system of storm gates that's supposed to deal with this problem. Time will tell if it has. We already talked about how the Dutch are certainly getting prepared, probably better prepared than other parts of Europe for this problem.
Are they really going to be able to handle it, or will they be underwater eventually?
I think they'll probably lose some of the land they reclaimed from the sea. People should remember that. Remember the idea of the Dutchman with his finger in the dike, and those dikes are there because they're a lot of what constitutes land in Holland was reclaimed centuries ago, hundreds of years ago. Moving on in our tour of the global problems, we can talk a little bit about island nations, and we sent a reporter named Dick Russell to Antigua and Barbuda, where he found that many of the resorts down there have lost beaches. This beach erosion is a huge problem that's aggravated by global warming. We have more storms and rising tides. We face losing beaches. I also reported on this in New Jersey, where you have large beach reclamation projects where the Army Corps of Engineers comes in and dumps huge amounts of sand to reclaim lost beaches. And you're seeing this in island nations that don't have Army Corps of Engineers to solve this problem. I think one of the reasons you don't hear that much about this is some of these island countries are very dependent on tourism. They publicize the fact that they are losing beaches. I think they would lose tourist dollars.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
All right. What about these? We've had dead areas of ocean that have begun to appear. That's pretty freaky too. Where within like 200 miles of a certain spot, the entire ocean is dead. Nothing.
And one way that manifests itself is what's called coral bleaching, which means that vast areas of formerly very colorful coral reefs have bleached, turned white. They turn wedding cake white.
As a result of what?
As a result of warmer water. The coral is very, very sensitive to climate change and to warmer water. And temperature of just 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit warmer can affect this change. And it doesn't necessarily mean the coral is dead. It can recover from a single episode of coral bleaching, but
I understand
repeated
that,
incidents.
but they are finding dead areas of ocean, and I don't just mean coral. I mean fish or anything else, plankton, all dead.
Right. And again, the balance in mind how many of the sustainable changes we could make actually have net economic positives. I think we should be looking at solar power. I think we should be looking at wind power. I think we should be looking at a hydrogen energy economy fueled by these technologies.
But we're not.
We're not.
We're not doing any of that, really. I've heard the President give some lip service to hydrogen, wind, and solar are almost unmentionable words.
Exactly. President Bush has talked a lot about hydrogen and mentioned it in his State of the Union address. And he sees us as switching to a hydrogen-based energy economy. I think one of the problems is he's talking about using coal technology and also nuclear technology to generate hydrogen.
That's
I'm less than sanguine about that.
Well, is it true that to produce the hydrogen cells with fossil fuels or byproducts thereof would be as damaging probably to our ecology as what we're doing now, or pretty close?
Well, you can say that because we haven't yet developed most efficient ways of generating hydrogen. The problem is not necessarily the way the cells work, it's getting the hydrogen to power the cells.
Right.
And that is still a challenge. That's why the hydrogen energy economy is still 20 years off, because we don't really see ways to do that.
Well, wait a minute, 20 years. 20 years is roughly the time frame you gave me for when real catastrophic things begin to happen.
That's why I'm not sitting up here able to pontificate and say we have all the answers and we have a good way to stop global warming. I mean, scientists say that if we stopped emitting carbon dioxide tomorrow, even if we did that, we'd still have climate effects for 300 to 500 years. And I find that a very depressing statistic.
It is depressing.
Because it means we're not going to avoid global warming, no matter what we do.
So then, what should we do? I mean, should we begin moving people who live in New Orleans and other places like that out of the way of catastrophe? Or, I mean, what do we do?
I think we have to begin to do what the Dutch are doing and actually prepare for it. To see ourselves as all living below sea level.
Oh, we have lots of people with fat fingers. Dykes.
That's right. So I think we're all going to be in that position.
And so, politics again for a minute, drag it back there. What about the current presidential race? I mean, there were a number of contenders for the Democrat ticket. Now it looks like there's just Kerry and Kerry. And is it going to be an issue? Is it going to make it an issue? Are we going to hear a lot of climate talk and this sort of thing in the coming presidential election? Or
you know, it amazed me that it didn't become more of an issue in the 2000 race because, as you may know, Al Gore wrote a book on climate change.
He stayed away from it.
He did. That was curious to me. I think he should have made it more of an issue because it was more of a difference between him and President Bush. Sure. I think in the 2004 race, if you look at John Kerry's environmental record, it's very good. He's a very solid environmentalist. He did, however, vote against the Kyoto Treaty. Perhaps he regrets that vote now, I'm not sure. But the Kyoto Treaty was not supported by a majority in the U.S. Senate.
I know. Do you think it's going to be an issue?
I think it will be an issue this year. I think because we are seeing more climate effects. Also, I think there's a stark difference between John Kerry and President Bush on environmental issues. Generally, if you look at polls, I think the reason politicians, particularly national races, don't emphasize the environment so much is polls show this is not the primary concern of voters.
Yes.
It's maybe the third or fourth concern.
Well, remember I was asking you, when will it be the first concern?
I think when we see dramatic changes and dramatic damage caused by global warming, and scientists definitively connect the events with that. The scientists are very cautious people, and since there are many different effects underway, every time there's a storm or a flood, you can't point at that and say, that was caused by global warming. I don't do that, scientists don't do that. There are many different causes of it. But I think when we see these things, cumulatively no doubt that we have massively altered the Earth's climate.
All right, well, speaking of movies and media that predict the future in science fiction or something like it, there is a movie coming out shortly called The Day After Tomorrow, and you had on your list to ask you about The Day After Tomorrow. I didn't put it there. I didn't suggest it to you. In fact, you were quite surprised when you heard The Day After Tomorrow was based on my book, The Coming Global Superstorm.
That's very interesting, because I've heard about that movie, and I saw a feature on it in the New York Times.
Yes.
And I'd like to know more. I know it posits an abrupt cooling period, and I'd like to know more about it, and who's in it, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, if you watch the trailer, I think the very end of it says something like "save as many as you can," and in the background there's a picture of New York City with icicles hanging from it virtually.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think that's a far-off scenario. I mean, when we talk about effects on Western Europe, if we look at the northeastern United States, northern parts of the Northeast, they're not that far off in latitude from Western Europe. So some of the same effects that affect Europe could be affecting parts of the United States.
Well, okay, Europe. Let's go back there for a second. If Europe, which is at the same rough latitude, I think, as Labrador, takes on, if this current quits and it takes on the same climate as Labrador, what's going to happen to Europe? I mean, they're going to suddenly have a gigantic need for, unless all the Europeans are going to move to northern Africa or something, they're going to need a lot of coal and oil and ways to heat and stay alive, because they're going to be frozen there, right?
Right, and they don't have themselves that kind of natural resources. They do have some coal resources. Obviously, England has massive coal resources. Yeah. They don't have oil except in the North Sea. They have some oil resources, but certainly they would be dramatically unprepared for that kind of climatic shift. Also, it would hugely affect the agricultural cycle and their ability to produce food.
Yes, well, this last summer alone showed how unprepared they were. That much heat, and look how many dead.
Yeah, in just France alone, 15,000 people died, and I think it was 19,000 people across Europe and in other parts of the world.
They literally don't believe that. A lot of people don't believe that. That's a staggering statistic. That many thousands dead just from the heat.
Well, this was the warmest summer in 500 years in Europe. This was just reported in the journal Science. And this is part of a pattern for the last 20 or 30 years. Increasingly warm summers in Europe. And again, you can have natural fluctuations. You have freak heat waves and warm summers throughout recorded history. That in itself is not new. But when you have a pattern that's so consistent, and that is what we're beginning to see, we keep having year after year the second warmest year on record, or the third warmest.
I know. I think everybody's seen those headlines on CNN. They're all the time.
Almost every year.
Yeah, record here, record there. No question about it, all the time. So it's underway. Do you expect to see radically more severe storms become the norm?
Yes, I think that's definitely part of the climatic picture that is predicted by scientists, that's discussed in the Pentagon report. It's part of peer-reviewed science. And we're already seeing activated storms and flooding, particularly the hurricanes. So we report this in our book, Feeling the Heat. We talk about Antigua and Barbuda, which are in the hurricane zone. They've just seen dramatic increase in hurricane activity as a result over the last 10 years.
What actually made you decide to write this book?
Well, the genesis of it was 1999, early 2000. I've begun to see many anecdotal reports of climate effects underway. I'm the editor of the environmental magazine based in Connecticut, and we receive press releases from many different sources, varying from the BBC to Science and Nature magazine, news agencies, all kinds of different things. And there seem to be a lot of reports not connected to each other, indicating that changes in the climate were underway. Now, most of the previous books that have been written on climate change are debating the science. And the science is very complex. There's many different factors. And the books have charts and arrows and circles and graphs, and the average person can't really follow them. That's why one of the reasons that climate change hasn't really impacted on the public consciousness very much. So I began to think there might be an article for E in visiting parts of the world where climate was already changing. So at that time, a grant from the Goldman Foundation, we were able to send reporters all over the world, to China, to India, to Fiji.
Yeah, that's a pretty big undertaking.
Yeah, it was. So we did that and produced an article for E! Magazine in 2000. And then it seemed to me that this was too big a topic. And of course the reports continued.
Yeah, I really should only be probably like 5 feet in here for these turns.
So they just come in the side with a rigid, is that what it is?
All right, hold on. Scott, okay, that's good, Scott. Let me go ahead and route it and maybe I can pull some back. Yep, try that.
White man is hard at work. He's in the way of the white man.
Night or during the day, you will get insects that will resemble rods. And I've maintained this for many, many years. That's why I created the Cyclical protocol. And yeah, it looks damning. I mean, insects do look like rods. But when you see at the high shutter settings that I set up the Cyclical protocol for one reason and one reason only. That's to eliminate the kind of websites that you're seeing right now. These guys are barely touching ground that I covered back in 1994, 1995.
Well, the part of it that I think rocked my world a little bit, Jose, were pictures where they actually compared the photographs on RoswellRods.com to what they've got here. And some of them are simply, they're not close. They are rods.
Well, they're rods as cameras in different, but we also have high shutter setting rod footage that most things are at high shutter settings or rods, and when you get an insect at the high shutter setting protocol that I set, that just set off off. And I was telling them to see the broad daylight. And nighttime you're going to have to give up the high shutter settings that cameras are instilled with nowadays. So
well, what they're making the case though, and by the way, this Brian Descent, I made my best attempt to get hold of him, sent several emails, tried to find a number for him, and sent several texts, couldn't find one. The only one on the web was disconnected, so I couldn't get hold of the photographer who took these. But he maintains that the curvature of the lens, all lenses that would do this kind of work, Jose, produce the effect.
Yeah, but Mark, I beg to differ on that. And I said damning, very damning evidence of it. They're doing nighttime stuff and they're doing low shutter settings. That's what back in 94. I'll reiterate. Broad daylight, rod to rod, and insects in that setting. Telling us that not those rods nighttime, low shutter settings.
Well, right now, a lot of my listeners are going through these photographs and trying to probably make up their own minds. I mean, think they're going to conclude at the scene?
Well, what they're going to look at right now is the low shutter setting, insect shot under a light.
Right.
And man, you can run your hand in front of the camera and it'll look like a creepy rod. Because it's not going to capture the true essence of what's happening in front of the lens. Now, one thing that this guy, Brian, whatever his name is, he claims, well, we're not debunkers and this, that, and the other. Well, that's fine, but, he never contacted me.
Well,
Sit down and look at the evidence that we have. We have other stuff.
I think, to be fair, you know what I did? I went back to the Mother website and I looked, and they're not debunkers. And I mean, they're really more ecologists, frankly, than they are debunkers.
Well, that's fine. So it doesn't matter. Come down and sit with me.
So you would like exactly that.
So I'm not in there. So I am not in there.
Well, no, but there is one possibility you've got to acknowledge, Jose, and that is that while you may be dead on and they may be as you say they are, there's also a possibility that as an company might be connected. Yeah, okay.
They are correct. I'm not other things.
I agree. Why would you imagine that what is an insect comes out looking so incredibly like a moth?
Man, I went through that in 1994. I went through it and then I said, okay. First time I videotaped Rod, back in March 19th, 1994, you can hear me on the camera. I was looking at these things in the viewfinder.
Right.
And I said, oh, that's a bug, that's a bird, that's a bug, that's a bird. I was shooting at 1/2000 shutter setting, which was the highest shutter setting available on cameras at that time. And it wasn't until I went back and started looking at the footage frame by frame that I saw insects passing by, and you could see the legs, the antennae, and wings flapping. You could see the birds, and then these things that were blurry, they were elongated things flying. That was a high shutter setting. Now, maybe, perhaps, we were filming things that are going so fast that even at the high shutter setting,
Yes, exactly. The same artifact became present.
became present, but it wasn't an insect. It wasn't a bird. It was something else. So, okay, maybe we did overstep something, but this we've done tests. Believe me, Art. I've got stuff, and I hurriedly put up a page right now. You can go on the website. There's the insect theory. I've got footage up there that's pretty damning itself. I mean, it explains. Okay,
In what sense?
in the sense that I've got a rod shot in real-time video. That means it was shot by a cameraman in Sweden at an Army air base, and he was shooting with a high-end beta camera, whatever.
Right.
And it was a tank shooting shells. This tank shoots off the round. The guy sits down. This rod comes into frame from a far out distance. It's not not a camera artifact, not a lens artifact. And there are a few things that you have to address on CCD artifacts too, but we'll go into that later. This thing flies by as slow as a bird does. Not an insect, it's not a bird, it's a rod. And I mean, we have stuff, we have rods coming in and out of the ocean, we've got stuff, NASA footage of rods entering Earth.
Well, there's been nobody that's been more of a booster of yours than me.
I know.
A big booster.
I know, and you know what? This is not fair for you, Art, because you know what? You haven't had my latest DVD. I need to send you this footage so you can see exactly what we've been talking about.
Well, no, but of course, as you well know, I've seen a gazillion rods and photographs and video footage that you've shot. And when I got down to this photograph that he presents called "They Are All Rods Now," I looked at it and I said, damn.
I know, that's what I said too. I go, when I thought you back at it, Art was standing, evidence, but, there's a black there. These guys are so shutter setting. Actually, they're not going out and doing the years.
But the point produces the same kind of artifact. That's the point.
Why don't you bring it on in?
Oh my god.
Bring it on in.
News story. Origami measuring.
Here's something.
Tony, are you in that bedroom?
Listen.
Is she in there?
Listen.
Is she in there? Is she in here?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's this baby.
Good morning to you. Let's move off of the bag.
Meow. Tony?
Tell me what you say. pregnancy, and I was trying to imagine how anybody could get pregnant. I mean, there's usually a 9-month period in there, but you sort of answered that, saying that perhaps these babies were raised, but in some sort of chamber.
Yep.
So, do these hybrids, you believe, these hybrids know what they are? Are they being instructed? Are they... What do they know?
Well, just in terms of some material covered the book, that's a very good question to know exactly what they know about their own origin and physical makeup. We don't really know that, but there is some reason to believe that they're a little bit conflicted on that issue, just exactly who or what they are.
Have either one of you interviewed anybody who claims to be a hybrid or that you suspect of being a hybrid?
I have not. I've had people call me up and tell me that they think that their roommate is a hybrid, you know, and one time I had a woman call me up who actually was a professor at a major university and told me her roommate was a hybrid, and she made a really good case, I must say.
In what way?
Well, she was a very, very strange person and who didn't know certain basic things about normal life and was just, you know, just very, very, very odd. But this was just on the phone, and I didn't, you know, it was thousands of miles away, and I couldn't just go out there and start investigating it. And but I've had other people who say that they have seen hybrids, that they have had relationships with hybrids, who actually held down jobs and that sort of thing, and these people are solid citizens who are not prone to fantasy or to lying, and so you know, there is a situation in which hybrids you know, can kind of live these sort of normal lives, but ultimately the question is what's the purpose of this? Why are these hybrids, you know, being produced in a sense?
Yes.
And my own research has led to the conclusion that what we're going to be seeing is
necessarily by the aliens, but almost certainly by the hybrids. At least that's where the evidence seems.
But they would be serving, would it be logical to presume they would be serving the aliens' purpose, whatever that might be?
So I certainly think it would, and yet even in some cases that I dealt with in my own team, that they seem to be a little conflicted about the fact that their true connection and loyalties lie with the gray aliens, and yet they seem to develop, in some cases, enormous sympathies and connections with normal humans. So they're a little bit conflicted about their loyalties, which means this whole thing is enormously complex emotionally, psychologically, and every other way. And incidentally, we're going to have a conference on October 11th, which details can be found out on our website, which is intrudersfoundation.org. But at any rate, at that conference, one of the people coming is one of the people I've written about in the book, who is himself a university professor. But he is going to be talking about his encounters, which have been several, with what seems to be a hybrid being that he seems to have some connection with. It's a very, very bizarre story. But as Dave said, some of these cases are extremely credible, and the descriptions they're giving are really fascinating.
Yes. But do you remember a story you told me about an abduction that occurred in New York City?
Many abductions occurred in New York City. That's where I happen to live.
Yeah, this came right out of a skyscraper or something. I mean, this person literally came out of a skyscraper.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was the so important was the one that I wrote about a witness. There was one that floated out of a 12-story window. That's right. And up into a craft and was witnessed by numerous people.
Well, I wonder if either of you have thoughts on this. Yes, that was an incredible story. And everybody who talks about abductions says, well, how come they always occur, out in the middle of the desert somewhere? And the fact is, occasionally they occur in a place like New York City. What would you imagine would be so important, either one of you, so that they would take the chance of doing something in the middle of an urban area like New York?
Well, this goes right back to what Doug was talking about. One of the aspects of this book, and that is that location really doesn't mean anything. If you can't be seen, it doesn't matter where a person is abducted. What was extraordinary about the Linda case was that she was being abducted. There, people, all sorts of people on the outside watched her floating through the window. Now,
I think there was a car from the UN or something, wasn't there?
There were many people who were in a procession of cars who were diplomatic people from different countries even, and UN personnel and so forth. And all of them, the cars were stopped and almost as if there was an audience. And the abduction almost took place, but the cars stopped, their engines killed, and then at that point the lights were turned on and the show took place. It wasn't blurred out because the aliens wasn't the first time saying what we can do. But the main thing about this invisibility issue, as Dave just said, is it doesn't make any difference. And I have to take my hat off to David, who's the first one who said the invisibility issue as a given aspect of abductions. But I have had abductions that took place in Tokyo, in Chicago, in Rome, in Paris, in London. I mean, you cannot imagine it. I have abductions. I hear about an abduction and look into it in New York that occurs in New York City probably once a month at this point.
I get these little computer messages as I go, and Darren in Decatur, Illinois says, hey, I think the sickly and irradiated rays are us, humans, from a future gone wrong, trying to fix a situation without ruining themselves, thus the hybrids. Time travel, Art, that's how the aliens got here. Possibility? Question mark?
Well, I've looked at this, and I'm not a physicist, and I'm certainly not a time traveler, so I don't have a whole lot of experience in it, and I count on my fingers and my toes. But there is a certain logical fallacy with time travel, because if people were traveling through time back from time, that means that the future has already happened.
Level. Going down.
Femitas. ¿Quieres que me vea que yo tengo cepita o qué? Eso no significa que me caigan bien en los culeros. Me gusta la música.
Oh man, that's a good time.
Condensate.
Wait a minute.
Where are all the urinals?
Opponents like Democratic State Representative Stacey Evans say the measure makes it harder for crime victims to get justice.
This bill is bad for people. This bill is bad for victims.
The measure now awaits a final vote in the Senate before going to Governor Kemp. From the state capitol, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
You'll be getting money back from the state. The state Senate today giving final approval for a one-time tax credit of between $250 and $500 for Georgia taxpayers. If signed by Governor Kemp, Georgians who filed tax returns for 2023 and 24 will get the tax credit. Final vote in the Senate included 220 already passed unanimously. In the House, Democrats and
investigations and emphasized ongoing efforts to free other detained Americans. The 65-year-old Glesman is currently en route back to the United States, escorted by Adam Bowler, a key envoy from the Trump administration. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
A new report today on the Delta Airlines plane that flipped upside down while landing in Toronto. Safety investigators in Canada now say the plane was descending at a high rate of speed. The report does not disclose a cause for the crash. 21 people were injured in the crash landing on February 17th. The plane was arriving from Minneapolis with 80 people on board. You can give feedback on a plan to build a passenger rail line between Atlanta and Savannah. Philip Peavy with the Georgia Department of Transportation says their study evaluates the feasibility of the project.
Early in the study process, and specific routes and stations have not been determined yet. The goal is to identify possible stations.
You can provide feedback on the proposal on GDOT's website. There's currently no funding lined up or any guarantee that it will be built. Tesla is issuing a recall of its Cybertruck. It's due to an exterior body panel that could fall off while driving. This is the 8th recall concerning the Cybertruck since it went on sale in 2023. It is now 4:04 and UGA basketball is coming up next. Right now, Line 10 covering the traffic and weather in the 24-hour traffic center. Alex Williams.
Hey, Bill, watching the crash on the west side avenue. It's in the right lane. 285 southbound, Hollow Parkway, exit 12, relation line 75. Also on the west side, we've been dealing with a crash on the east-west connector westbound Cooper Lake Road, slowing you back to the southbound drive. 285 east and southbound, the you're on Great Place, out of Double Beach, Smallville, through Clarkston, in a half hour. You can connect the southbound starting from the 85 to 100 down to
did something to it, and
yes.
it. Okay, you know where I'm going.
Well, of course, yeah. In other words, the entire thing was claimed to be fake, right?
No, not at all. It was just the opposite. He claimed that the way he enhanced the film, I don't know, I can't remember how he did it, that he saw a whole family, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever,
okay,
behind trees, so forth and so on, and it was his theory that female Bigfoot in the film were going to lead Gimlin and Patterson into like a trap. That sounds familiar to you at all? I remember that. I just don't remember the guy's name.
No, it does not. I had Robert Morgan on. Now, this is supposedly the sound of a real. On the air, top of the morning.
Hello, Mr. Bell. I'd first like to apologize for calling on a cell phone.
Oh, that's all right. Actually, it's one of the better sounding ones so far.
Oh, that's good. Well, my question for you is, I may be able to manipulate matter, involuntarily.
Oh, my.
Now,
Involuntarily.
Involuntarily, and I don't know if I'm going back in time. I have no memory.
Well, back up. Let's get to this manipulation of matter. What do you think you have done, voluntarily or involuntarily?
I think, well, I've been looking for things lately. I have a habit of losing things, and I've looked, and if I think very hard about something being in a certain place, even if I've looked there, it is. And
well, yeah, I know, but how do you know this isn't the, I know I looked there, and yet the second time I went back, it was there. You're thinking you manifested it back in that place, right?
Yeah, well, see, I step on the place on the floor.
This KFI would be the same amount of work as doing it for all the network, the whole thing. Trying to reason this away, right? And she said, well, okay then, how about coming back on the weekends and doing the network show? And I'm going, oh, okay, fine, call the network, run the idea past the network, and I thought that was going to be that. 5 minutes later, the phone rang, and it was the president of our network saying, hey, you want to do weekends? So that's how it happened. One incredibly persistent woman named Robin Bertolucci, just a triple A type personality who wouldn't give up. And so that's how I'm here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hi. Where are you?
Oh, but
About what?
I heard you talking to somebody else just now.
Well, that's because we have a delay system here, and your responsibility as a caller, because I come to you without screening your call, is to turn your radio down right away and trust in the fact when I say you're on the air that you are.
Okay, I didn't know it's that delayed. Well, I heard a caller say that he knew somebody that used to jump on a trampoline and then stay up in the air.
Well, he was relating the fact that I had you know what? It might have even been a caller, not a guest. Somebody who said they could do that.
That's what I meant.
No.
Well,
can you do it?
Not now, but when I was a child, I did it one time. I was jumping up and down on a couch, and I went up to the ceiling. I stayed there for about a second, and then
I mean, you really,
down to the floor.
You know beyond any shadow of a doubt, no question in your mind, you didn't fall back. You actually stayed in the air.
I actually stayed in the air.
Like Wile E. Coyote just before he falls, right?
Yeah.
I've heard this story from other people. It is so fascinating. I've always been, intrigued with the idea of levitating or flight or anything like that. So you really felt that? You're sure?
Well, it's been so long, I can't say without a shadow of a doubt, but I'm almost absolutely 100% sure that's what happened, because that's what I remember happening.
And how old are you now?
Oh, I'm 50 years old.
50 years old. Have you ever occasionally since then taken a leap just on the off chance that,
I don't remember. I mean, I know I tried it again right after that, but I am not sure if I did that again expecting it to happen.
Well, you just never know what might be possible in this world. But I appreciate that, because you're one of many people to say that. I got a scoop.
Okay,
thank you very much. Neat stuff. If you can imagine actually hesitating for a moment in midair from one to the other. First time caller line, without a lot of time, you're on the air.
Hey, I'm Tom. I'm one of your truck drivers today going to Fort Worth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wondered, what's the frequency of your radio station?
You mean the one here in Front Nevada?
Yeah.
Well, should you happen to be coming through Front Nevada, it is 95.1. And you'll hear it like for about 50 miles around. It's KNYE at 95.1, and you're a good guy for asking.
All right, yeah, because I was wondering, I go through Vegas able to pick it up from Vegas area, can't I?
Highway 15. I gotta run, sir. Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
Right, take care. Right back. Suspension than one would expect. Coming up in a moment, boy, do we have a show for you.
At 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
You know what? You're about to hear a guy who knows more about, about the bumper music. I couldn't resist. More about staying alive than anybody else on the face of the planet. Dr. Ronald Klatz is recognized as a leading authority in the new clinical science of anti-aging medicine. What's going to be possible is going to blow your mind, folks. For over a decade, Dr. Klatz has been integral in pioneering exploration of new therapies for the treatment and prevention of age-related degenerative diseases. He is the physician founder and president of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine, Inc. Dr. Klatz is highly regarded by scientific and academic colleagues for his continuing medical education lectures on the demographics of aging and the impact of biomedical technologies on longevity. A consultant to the biotechnology industry and a respected advisor to several members of the U.S. Congress and others on Capitol Hill, Dr. Klatz devotes much of his time to research and to the development of advanced biosciences for the benefit of humanity. I believe the Bible suggested that man at one time lived in excess of 900 years. In a moment, we'll talk about, well, might that be possible again one day? What's being done right now and what may be done in the foreseeable future is about to shock you. I guarantee you this. Dr. Klatz is a fascinating man. Welcome to the program, Doctor.
Oh, thanks, Art. It's great to be on air with you.
Yeah, it's been a while, huh? A few years. Something like that? A few years, I think.
2 years, yeah.
Doctor, let's start in an interesting place. Why did we die?
You know, that's a very interesting question. For the longest time, medicine hasn't been able to answer that. We really didn't understand why we aged. I mean, it's clear why you die if you get shot with a bullet or fall off a building or get crunched by a freight train or something. Everyone understands why that happens. But why we die of old age has been a great mystery in medicine for the longest time. The first time we're beginning to understand what the mechanisms of aging truly are. And unfortunately, there is more than one mechanism involved.
So it appears to be a complex whole bunch of different things that are all designed.
Yeah, it's multifactorial, unfortunately, and that makes it hard to fix. But there are some things that you can get your hands on around right now. For example,
but I mean, to the layman, Doctor, do cells, I guess, begin to go that are not placed from? Well, I was told when you're, I don't know. Actually, right after you're born or something, you start losing cells.
You start losing cells in utero.
In utero?
Mm-hmm. Your brain, for example, the brain cells. You have probably almost twice as many brain cells in utero before birth as you do after birth.
Or put another way, you're smarter before you're born than...
Well, smart, this is an interesting concept. But you certainly have more potential cells to grow before you're born than after you're born.
I wonder why that.
But generally speaking, we're anabolic. We're making more of our cells until about age 25. Then from 25 onward, it's a downward slope. And we're losing more cells. We're catabolic after the age of 25. So everything starts to head in the wrong direction. Our metabolism heads in the wrong direction. You start losing things like our hair, our vision, our nerve conduction velocity, the speed at which we're able to process information and memorize things. Our stress heads south, our bone mass heads south, our cardiac function, etc., etc., etc. And this degenerative
process of metabolism is what we in anti-aging medicine really call aging. And we don't like it. That's why we are interested in
About real bread. Not the stuff you buy at the store. I'm talking real bread made with freshly milled flour. When you buy bread from the store, take a look at the ingredients. Enriched flour means that the nutritious bran and germ has been removed to improve the shelf life. Then a few B vitamins and iron are added back to replace the multitude of nutrients lost. That's not enrichment in my book. And today, that label may even read contains bioengineered food ingredients. Food should never be bioengineered. At Bread Beckers in Woodstock, we can teach you how to make real bread loaded with fiber and nutrients. A delicious, healthy, affordable solution that can improve your health and change your life. Visit breadbeckers.com or our Bread Beckers store in Woodstock.
Not everything in life comes with a guarantee, but for premium, local, farm fresh sod that comes with a spring green up guarantee, family owned and operated, NG Turf is the only grower to consider. Get your sod from a certified turf professional at ngturf.com.
Looking to get organized in style? The brand new Artisan Custom Closet showroom is now open near Trellis Studios in Fayetteville. Come experience the Artisan difference. Meet with the designer for your free consultation and start your custom project today.
Where did you park? Wow. Did somebody put birdseed on your car? Whew.
I don't think we're on the verge of a crackdown. What I think is happening right now is we're on the verge of a real, overwhelming political realignment we've been going through for some time. It's uncomfortable for all of us because we go through these political alignments like every 75 years or so as a nation, and this is the first one played out on social media in real time, so it's more uncomfortable, but I actually think that we will get through it. And if you want to get through it better, stop worrying so much about Washington, D.C. and start focusing on your local community. I think if you go back to Jeremiah 29, seek the welfare of the community in which you live, and pray for there you'll find your welfare. I mean, start paying more attention to the problems of your local community and how to fix them, because I was an elected Republican. I was in South Florida. To this day, I can't tell you what the Republican position on trash collection is. I have no idea. I don't know what the Democratic position on trash collection is. I know there were differences maybe on privatization or not, but I know at the local level,
DeKalb County, those brake lights are definitely filling in at a Doorville from Beaufort Highway as you make your way down to Highway 78 and Stone Mountain Freeway in Clarkston. And on the west side out of those 285 southbound, that's also getting slower on the outer route from South Atlanta Road, exit 16 for about 6 miles down to I-20 the West Freeway, exit 10. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
The guy at the desk next to you.
Modern medicine. Is that what's done it, or is there something else working?
There are a lot of things that work. We have refrigeration. And because of that, we have plentiful food available. There's not this feast famine cycle.
Right.
We have much better sanitation, so we don't have these vast plagues of intestinal diseases that have killed so many young children.
But there must be more.
Well, we have better nutrition, we have better sanitation, we have vaccinations, we have, and in recent years, since the 1950s, we've been making major impacts on the incidence, at least, and the treatment of heart disease and stroke. That's going way down. We're actually beginning to impact slightly on cancer. Not that we have better treatment, now we have earlier diagnosis. Early diagnosis is in fact cure rather than the 5-year survival. With regard to prostate and breast cancer, could midway on those when you're looking at the disease of the early diagnosis. But still,
that's going to get a brick wall. And with
don't believe it, Art.
well, I don't necessarily. I'm just saying they say that. So if everything was well, and even if we cured cancer, did a lot toward heart disease, still this little thing, the switch that gets thrown that makes us age, is still going to happen. I mean, we're still going to bite the dust at about 120 or whatever, even if we get everything else.
Yeah, well, if we beat cancer, heart disease, and diabetes right now,
yes,
that's going to get us to about 99 years or 98 years of age. And then if you drive a big car, say over 3,500 pounds, one of those big clunker, SUVs, you wear your seatbelts and you get all the safety equipment, the side airbags and all that stuff, you're probably going to make it past 100. And, that's not so bad. That's what, frankly, the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine is promising. The baby boomers, we say that 50% of the baby boomers who are alive and well today are going to see their 100th birthday and beyond. And that message, by the way, is mirrored by the World Health Organization, who says pretty much the same thing. So making it to 100 today is pretty much a reasonable expectation if you're following an anti-aging lifestyle. But what you're looking for a little bit more, aren't you, Art? You're looking for that magic bullet. You want to get to 150, don't you? You're like me.
Well, maybe. I mean, if such a bullet existed, maybe I'd opt to go to 150 or 200 or 300 or whatever. Well, might be done. But there is another side to that, which I won't get to right now. But there is another side to it. If we begin to achieve all of that, there's a million questions.
Oh, yes, there are. But let me just say this. We have the technology right now through anti-aging medicine to give most people who are really committed to a long and prodigious lifespan a healthy, youthful life expectancy of probably 85 years of age today, maybe 90, in the not-too-distant future, 100, and I believe in the next 20 years or so, maybe 110, 120 might be very possible. Given the technologies that are available today or in the pipeline that seem to be available very shortly.
But basically, these are things that can be done today. What does that mean? Does that mean that you go out and you get shots of something? And
yeah,
you do. You get shots. You get shots of what?
Well, it depends on what you're missing. Right now, the best we can do is we can look at an individual at any age. How old are you now, Art?
57.
You're still a kid. You got plenty of time left. Okay. We're going to, let's say you were to come to one of the doctors from the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. And you wanted to go through an anti-aging program. He would take some blood, he'd put you on a treadmill, and he'd put you under an MRI scanner, magnetic resonance imaging scanner. He'd scan you head to toe. And he would be looking for cancer heart disease, diabetes, Parkinson's disease, all kinds of metabolic problems that are going to cut your life short. And he's going to take your blood, he's going to look for levels of oxidative products within your blood or antioxidant, free radical moieties that occur when your body burns oxygen for energy. He's going to look at the DNA within your cells and see if they're unraveling prematurely, because some people's DNA is not quite as hardy as other people's.
You mean people's DNA unravels?
Yeah, DNA starts to fall apart as you get older, which is not a good thing, because that sets you up for what you and I think of as aging.
Well, okay. And this whole process, is this whole process kicked off by these telomeres that I hear about?
Well, telomeres are one part of the equation. Telomeres are kind of like if you wear shoes that have shoelaces.
Yeah.
Telomeres are like those little plastic things on the ends of shoelaces to keep them from unraveling.
Yes.
Well, that's, if you think of the DNA helix, at the ends of the DNA helix, there's these things called telomeres. And what they are is they're the end pieces, the end caps of the DNA. And every time the DNA reproduces itself, because our cells are constantly dividing within our body, the telomeres become shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And eventually, they hit a point where they don't want to reproduce as rapidly. Also,
and then your DNA unravels.
Also, as your DNA unravels, as your DNA starts to reproduce and the telomeres shorten, and they start to open up little sites on the genes, which are, these kind of like shoelaces that are intertwined. And these genes code for the production of proteins that do nasty things, that do things that we commonly regard as aging, like putting hair in your nose. Okay, or
in other words, you just start coming apart like grandma's sweater, one thread being what a horrible vision. And so, so telomeres, then they're an important part of this, but they're not the only part of it.
Not the only part, but there are drugs, by the way, that we're working on that can actually lengthen telomeres.
Really?
Yeah, and right now that research is being done specifically for cancer, because the interesting thing with cancer is that cancer is immortal.
Yeah, I think
That's why it kills you.
I once said that to you, that cancer is the only thing that reproduces endlessly itself, while your other cells are going away. This thing is just wildly reproducing.
Right. And so what you want to do to stop cancer from reproducing is to put into the cancer by a vector, like a virus or something, into the cancer cell, something that slows down the reproductive rate, and telomerase, which is an enzyme reprogramming the telomeres within the cells of cancer. We can stop the cancer from growing and turns the cancer from being cancerous into being non-cancerous. So there's a lot of work being done with telomeres for cancer. That research also has some spin-off to aging or anti-aging medicine.
Well, that would only make sense, since cancer is the out-of-control growth of cells. Once you understand that and or control the growth of cells, then you control the growth of other cells.
Exactly. Once you have a control of that, you may be able to use your understanding of telomeres to help to reprogram the cells so that they continue to reproduce in a more youthful way.
Okay, well,
if you can accomplish that, then you're going to be in really good shape, because then you can extend human lifespan quite significantly.
Okay, doctor, you know where the leading edge research on this sort of thing is, right?
I hope so.
In other words,
I try to.
For example, on either reconstituting or changing these telomeres so that they don't come apart and they don't, like a fuse that you have lit, just go down and then you unravel. How close are we actually to being able to affect that in years of research, do you suppose?
Well, it's not just telomeres. Telomeres, again, is one part of the DNA equation.
Right. I've got that, right.
But I think that we're going to, we can already do it in cell culture. Okay? We can already do it in the lab.
Really?
Now, being able to do that in people is a different animal. We're talking about getting from the laboratory into humans, maybe another 5 to 10 years.
But somebody's going to be a human experiment a lot sooner than that, right?
I would hope so. I would really hope so. Certainly with regard to cancer, I would expect maybe within 2 to 3 years.
Have you ever used, or do you use, drugs that are at the experimental stage in anti-aging? Do you use them yourself?
I do myself. I don't in patients. The anti-aging doctors are really, really conservative guys. First rule of anti-aging medicine is do no harm.
Yes.
Second rule of anti-aging medicine is really do no harm. Okay?
Yes.
In anti-aging medicine, you're dealing with healthy people and you're trying to make them more healthy.
Right, but when you've got this magic elixir, and excuse me for being dramatic, but I mean, if there's a new magic elixir that nobody, or potential magic elixir that nobody really knows about yet, and you have an opportunity to, let us say, inject it to yourself, into yourself.
Well, it's not quite that dramatic. I mean, this isn't like
But it could be someday, couldn't it?
It could be someday. It's not like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When you say using experimental substances, in anti-aging medicine, something experimental has been around, in our opinion, for about 20 or 30 years. Nobody's using things that are just coming out of the laboratory that have never been tried on animals or people.
Sure, but I mean, all right, hold on, let's get back to this in a second. Dr. Ronald Flax is First-time callers by Dr. Flax. There are things on the horizon that really will shock you, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Anti-aging medicine is the real thing, and what they're close to is really fascinating, and the implications of it, of course, are amazing. So stay right there. This magic elixir ready for the first human test, and there's nobody else around, would you, assuming that you had some confidence in it, risk it, and if say it add another 50 or 100 years, would you?
Well, okay. If it wasn't a question of safety.
There's always a little bit of a question.
Okay, but if it was a very minor question of safety,
okay.
See, that's the good thing about anti-aging medicine is that our docs and we're really very concerned about safety. And if the safety is there, then we don't care about the efficacy. We'll try pregnenolone, progesterone, all these different drugs that are being used in anti-aging medicine have basically been out there for quite some time. This is kind of interesting because this is a new one, but again, it's been out there for a long time. But if he's right, what he has found is a death hormone or a death drug that our bodies produce that lead to this inevitable spiral of aging.
And so then what he has produced is an anti-death drug.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. No kidding. Now,
would I try it? You bet.
I would presume that you might be in a position to do so if you really wish to. I don't know what your relationship with him is, but that's pretty interesting. How many people? Do you know how big the test is?
Oh, well, these are pretty small trials. He's got just a couple dozen in several different trials. But his data is very interesting. But I mention this to point out that this is how anti-aging drugs are coming into the fore. It's not some guy in the basement working on a black box molecule out of nothing that's never been tested in animals or humans. We're really a conservative lot, but when we find something that works, believe me, we're going to try it, especially if the safety is there.
Well, what are the possibilities? Could a magic bullet be discovered? Could there be that moment of epiphany for some scientists out there?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, the really exciting areas are on DNA repair.
DNA repair?
It turns out that, again, there's multiple different reasons for aging, but, a common thread happens to be this unwinding or this injury to our DNA.
Right.
Now, that's how free radicals happen. That's why you take vitamins. Vitamins protect you against free radical damage. What do free radicals do? Well, free radicals damage the cell. What's the most
sensitive part of the cell that they damage the DNA. If the DNA gets damaged, the cell either dies, or it becomes aberrant in its production of proteins, or it may even be worse, become cancer.
Right.
So we like to take a lot of vitamins, vitamin A, C, E, selenium, things like that, to protect ourselves from these free radicals, these free radicals that occur.
And that does work.
And it does work, yes. People who take vitamins, we don't know what they live longer, but they certainly have less diseases, they have less incidence of heart disease, less incidence of stroke, less incidence of cancer, certain forms of cancer. So we know that free radicals are very helpful. As a matter of fact, just last week, something that I never thought would happen in my lifetime is the pharmaceutical company sponsored a study for Medicare that actually came out endorsing the use of vitamins in the elderly for reducing the cost of Medicare because it lowers the incidence of hospitalization in elderly people.
Well, Tamara in Los Angeles rightly asks, how are we going to put all these extra, very old people? Where will they live? How will we feed them? If we begin to extend the lifespan of people to 120, oh my God, so much is going to change. We're going to have so many old people. So it's not just, can you make it to that age, but can you make it to that age with a decent, healthy lifestyle?
It's from, I believe the correct perspective, which is the prevention of disease and the amelioration of disease before it presents itself clinically and it's incurable.
In my Holland Claw, I have the new anti-aging revolution book, and is it hyperbole or does it really? It says stopping the clock. Right.
Well, some things we can stop. I mean, we can stop bone loss. We can stop muscle loss to a large extent. We can slow down the process of neurological decline, cardiac dysfunction. We can actually reverse skin aging.
Our skin has a habit of, yes, it ages, it gets thinner. I remember when I was a kid and I cut myself, boom, she heals in a couple of days. Now you're 57 years old, you cut yourself, and that baby's with you for a week.
That's right, or perhaps even longer.
Oh, yeah.
And that has to do, again, with the quality of your DNA, the quality of your blood circulation, the quality of your immune system. And all these are different systems of the body that need to be addressed individually from an age reversal or anti-aging point of view. But there are therapies for each of those, for rebuilding the immune system, for improving the circulatory system.
Even though my sweater is half unraveled already, huh?
Oh yeah, there are very exciting technologies coming along specifically for DNA repair that have great potential, Art, and that might be. All you need is one breakthrough drug to turn the entire equation of human aging on its ear. Remember when penicillin came out?
Actually, I don't.
You're too young to remember that.
I'm a little older than I thought. My wife just handed me papers, and by the way, you're 58.
Okay, but I'm sure you remember. I'm sure you remember the Viagra. Okay, here's the thing. I'm sure you're young enough to remember Viagra.
Yeah, now you cannot go on the internet, doctor, without.
But Viagra is a breakthrough anti-aging drug.
Is it?
Of course it is, because before Viagra came along, what did we have? You got it.